We're also streaming live on YouTube, so welcome everyone out there in the world. My name is Peter Edwards. I'm head of research here at the department. Today we're going to hear about a wide range of research that intersects with studies or results in piano performances. We have many guests on the program, as you see, most based here at the University of Oslo, but also some from further afield. So it's a particular pleasure to welcome Pavlos Antoniadis, who will be presenting and performing a little later. First of all, I would like to introduce Professor Alexander Refsum Jensenius, who's going to talk us a little bit through the program. So over to you, Alexander.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome to everyone. Oh, that's a lot of sound. So I'm a professor here in the department. I'm also director of RITMO Center for Interdisciplinary Studies of Rhythm, Time and Motion, which is part of this department. And it's a super exciting day. We have a brand new instrument. It came here. It's behind us. It came only a month ago, so we have barely started kind of testing it and exploring it. And as I will talk about a little bit later, this is something we have been wanting to do for a long time. And Professor Rolf Godøy, sitting here, and who will start off the program here, has been talking about getting one of these grand pianos for as long as I've been in this department. We've had a stand-up Disklavier for some time, so we have been using that one well, but it's super exciting to have it here in our little concert hall, so we can use it in different ways. So he will start off talking a little bit about analysis by synthesis strategies. Then I'll give you kind of a brief tour of what we have been doing when it comes to piano research in this department, and I'll also test and perhaps stress test this little piano for you before leaving it to others to take it further. Then we'll have some exciting musical explorations, both with the piece by Vincenzo, a PhD fellow here in the department. Then 400 piano performance, which is also actually data capture. So this is something we like to do. We try to combine art and science in different ways. So we're actually going to do some real data capture and science here. That's why we have all these cameras and things around here as well. And then moving on to a little bit of both an accompaniment system to test how that works, and also more of a full performance at the end. So this is going to be an exciting event. And in the break, we have a treat for you as well. So we have some cinnamon buns and we have coffee. So that will be for the, if you hang on, then we'll get to that at some point. But then back to you, Peter.
Thank you very much. Some of you may have noticed that we have an instrument cable hanging here, and there's a reason for that, because to launch this Disklavier, we also have to cut the red tape. So it's a real pleasure to have Vice Dean for Research, Mathilde Skoie, here today to say a little bit about how this became possible, maybe. So over to you, Mathilde. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here and to be able to cut the red tape. I've never done that before. I was wondering a bit about how to do the unveiling, but it's cutting red tape or cables. Yeah. But this is how is this possible that we now have this piano? Well, that's because the University of Oslo has a pot of money for infrastructure, and the university is very well aware that in order to do excellent research and also foster excellent teaching, we need good infrastructure. So this piano is actually funded through the infrastructure funds of the University of Oslo. For me, as a Vice Dean of Research at the Faculty of Humanities, I think this is also politically interesting that, you know, I'm now able to show the university that infrastructure is more than labs and machines. Oh, I mean, this is a kind of machine, an instrument. And the other thing is also that to do research in the humanities, we also need infrastructure. So this is a great day for the people that are researching and working with this, but I think it's also an important day for the humanities. It marks a kind of new thing. But of course, infrastructure is the basis, it's a prerequisite, but what we need is, of course, good researchers and students and teachers to use this. So I'm really excited to see what you can make out of this and what kind of new horizons this will open. And I'll try to get some of the program with me as well. And I'm also extremely delighted that we have people coming all the way from Greece to honor us on this day and show some of the possibilities involved here. But now, without further ado, I'm going to do the cutting of the tape.
I think you'll need 2 hands for that.
And the cable doesn't work.
No, it's already very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mathilde. Brilliant. Right. So, to no further ado, first point on the program. It's a pleasure to welcome Professor Rolf Inge Godøy to the stage. His main interest is in phenomenological approaches to music theory, meaning taking subjective impressions of musical sound as the point of departure for music theory, exploring the content of these subjective images of musical sound, and then correlating these images with the acoustic features of musical sound. He's previously focused mostly on mental images of musical sound, including work on musical imagery, and also in the previous decades, he has explored music-related body motion. This led him to direct the Musical Gestures project and the Sensing Music-Related Actions project, and he's participated in European research projects using various conceptual tools and technological tools. His involvement in these projects has resulted in a number of publications within the area of music-related body motion, including a book edited with Marc Lehmann, and he's also he founded the Interdisciplinary Forums group, which was a kind of forerunner to RITMO in many ways, RITMO. And he's the first person who I can recall ever mentioning the Disklavier. So it's excellent and only right that he should be here to talk a little bit to start with, now that we actually have this in the hall. So I'd like to welcome you up, Rolf, Inge, and
let's see. Sorry, just a second here. Sorry. That wasn't correct one. Okay, sorry for the fumbling. I feel very honored to be able to, I shouldn't say baptize this guy, but inaugurate it. As Peter said, and Alexandra also, I've been talking about the Disklavier now for at least 30 years, because the idea is how to produce a lot of music without exhausting the good friendship with musicians. Simple as that. If you ask a musician to say, to play, let's say, 24 different versions of a little tune, the musician, if he or she is very sporty, will say, yeah, sure. But usually we say, no, I can't do that. So with the use of the Disklavier, in essence, the point is that we have the possibility of making an infinite number of variant performances of whatever music we intend to study. So the title, Analysis by Synthesis, goes back to some predecessors, very important ones. One is Jean-Claude Risset. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago. A good friend and a CNRS scholar in Marseille. He started with digital sound synthesis in the 1960s, and that was his strategy of figuring out how to make qualitative, interesting sound by making multiple variants of it. So a subtitle here is exploring salient features of musical works by trying to make variants of them. So the main ideas then is that we don't take for granted at the outset how musical works are, but we rather question their ingredients and try to understand how they could have been different. Most of you are familiar with the famous Beethoven quote from his notebooks, muss es sein, and then es muss sein, exclamation mark. And this attitude is maybe a bit irreverent when you think about that, because if you say muss es sein, instead of saying es muss sein, es könnte vielleicht anderes sein. In other words, you could have made some other versions of it. So in general, the point here is to explore sensory experience by trying to create these experiences, as well as variants of them, asking, what if we did so and so and so? For instance, in a completely different domain, you have been at a restaurant and tasted a delicious piece of cake. You try to ask the chef for the recipe. The chef is stubborn, does not want to say. So you go home and try to make a similar cake by trial and error of mixing the ingredients. That's analysis by synthesis. So in music, we try to reproduce some specific sound or musical excerpt by trying to make it from scratch, more or less. Or we can use some ready-made material, like in this case, we don't make the piano tones as such. That's left to the mechanics of the instrument, but we make the other expressive features of a performance. So the claim here is that managing to synthesize, creating from scratch a sound or a musical excerpt can help us understand why and how we subjectively perceive sounds and musical works. So, analysis by synthesis works by distinguishing feature dimensions and assigning relative values for incremental adjustments. Now, I hope this will become more clear as I go along. The point is that we see perceptual experience is actually grounded in something quite concrete, be that physics of acoustics, be that notation symbols, etc., or by all means also performance traditions. But the analysis by synthesis goes all the time with incremental adjustment of features in performance or producing, tweaking parameters until the right sound is found. So imagine that you are in a studio and you have a mixer and you tweak it. That's actually also a kind of analysis by synthesis. Or you are at a rehearsal and you are a conductor and say, horns please, piano there, and so on. You are trying to sculpt the sound by what is basically an analysis by synthesis procedure. So we could also take the liberty, and this is something that I'm afraid to say has provoked some of my musicology colleagues, namely to take a ready-made masterpiece and do a little bit of this and that, of re-editing, and see what happens. Does it work? Es könnte vielleicht anderes sein, to rephrase Beethoven. So now just a short example of a Chopin prelude, the first one of the 24 in C major. And I'm very sorry to say, I have now the past weeks searched my house in a quest of MIDI files from the 1990s. I did a whole lot of MIDI file painstaking recording in the 90s because I was interested in trying this analysis by synthesis to pieces by Messiaen and Schoenberg. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it. However, I found this one from a CD that we made in connection with this music and Gestalt studies with European colleagues. So you hear this prelude in 3 versions. Oh. Why? Ah, sorry. Sorry. Because you have certain music theories saying that the octave doesn't matter. And if you remove the octave, in this case, you make a mathematical operation called modulo 12, meaning that you take the MIDI values and divide by 12, and you take the remainder, you transpose it up, and then you effectively, there's some feedback, effectively you get an octave compressed version. And that's a disaster. When you have music theory that claims the octave isn't for real, then, well, you have an explanation to make. Anyway, I just wanted to show you the possibilities of manipulating MIDI data. So, we have qualitative change induced by incremental changes in feature dimensions. So, with MIDI data, in the case of the Chopin prelude, I can make any kind of mapping that I like, from Chopin's original to Phrygian, Lydian, 12-tone, whatever, and try to make up my mind what is the most significant in terms of subjective perceptual experience. There is something called phase transition, which I've written quite extensively on, meaning that you can make small changes and nothing seems to matter much, but all of a sudden you make a change and poof, the audience of perceivers tend to say, now this was something completely different. So we have, in addition, the challenge of distinguishing what are salient feature dimensions. And we have to accept that music is multidimensional. Music is not just one thing. And as was mentioned here, the point of introducing body motion into musical experience is precisely a recognition that music is also very much to do with body motion. Now, Jean-Claude Risset, whom I mentioned, he discovered actually in the 1960s, this was published in 91, but in the 1960s he was working at the Bell Telephone Laboratories in the US, and he discovered that you can simplify sounds enormously. Like you have a trumpet, and you want to synthesize that with digital synthesis. The so-called envelope of each of the partials in the spectrum look typically like this, jagged. You can simplify it just with straight lines, and no one, believe me, no one hears the difference. Okay? So that was the beginning of the analysis by synthesis project at the Bell Telephone Laboratories, and it went also on to linguistics, very interesting. Bruno Repp, who, by the way, was in this room 25 years ago, just to tell you that. He figured out that this was before digital possibilities of sound editing. He just used magnetic tape and a pair of scissors. So scissors became quite an important tool in sound analysis, and this goes also for the French group de recherche musicale. You can cut off little snippets of the sound and it changes character. So I'll show you an example of that. And of course, Pierre Schaeffer and his group, they used analysis by synthesis ideas all the time. Now, just very quickly, this thing by Bruno Repp, he had people saying, great ship, great ship, great ship, and just cut off little bits of here and there, getting amazing results. Actually, you wouldn't believe it, but it's just a matter of cutting off or having gaps in the so-called onset part of the sound. Pierre Schaeffer, this looks awe-inspiring, but this is actually an attempt to make a perceptual overview of significant features in musical sound, independent of Western music notation tradition. If you look at the bottom left corner, there's gait, meaning how you move. And the sonic manifestation of that was as follows, that he had an original and he tried to exaggerate it. So we can hear the original first. Software to try to document that this change is actually for real. Now, the main challenge is how do we handle perceptual multidimensionality? So the suggestion by Schaeffer and others was that we start with a very immediate, subjective sensation of what are global features. And then we dig further and further into the detail dimensions. So to do that, we have many tools available. Actually, we have traditional craftsmanship. That's what I mentioned. You are at a rehearsal, and you try as best you can by analysis by synthesis to make the sound become like you want. Or you can do the magnificent stuff that we are able to do here with a MIDI Disklavier. And I should not forget musical robotics. It sounds maybe like an anathema to a good humanist that robots are coming into making music. The point is that with robotics, you can really explore this analysis by synthesis in terms of how the sound is produced. And I should mention, we have a candidate at RITMO, who has made a kind of drumming robot, which has some amazing properties. That it's very simple. It's just two parts of the hand system, but it starts to behave like a real drummer in certain ways when it comes to repeated sounds. And of course, nowadays, everyone, or perhaps not everyone, but very many people have digital audio workstations, and you have equalizers, you have mix, you have effects processing, and so on. There is no limit to what you actually can do in the signal domain. The point with the Disklavier is that it's both in the physical, ergonomical, haptic domain and the sound domain. So I just want to show you a little thing, Carole King. This was about something called formant shifting. I play you two sounds, two versions, and ask you which one is original and which one is manipulated.
Do you feel love? Do you feel love? Do you feel love? Do you feel love?
Okay, which was the original, which was the fake? Suggestions? No? Okay, the first one was a format shifted version, fake. The second one was her original. So again, this just is one of a zillion possibilities of manipulating until you get the right sound. The right Carole King sound means that you cannot shift the formats like that. Okay, a bit more simplified from a book by Spivey called The Continuity of Mind. Here you see that you have two axes. If you are going to categorize, and this goes to categorical theory, a very interesting topic which has been a bit in the background in recent years, but in the 80s, when I was doing work on this, it was quite prominent. But you see here, you have bowl and cup, two axes. And if you are classifying objects at a museum, you will say, ah, it's that one, the row and column, so and so. So that's a basis for documenting different categories. Now, a bit more complicated, if you have composite objects, you cannot reduce them to just one or two dimensions. You have multiple dimensions. And in this case, it's a classic Gestalt figure. Man, face, woman, posture. And somewhere along that line, there is a so-called Gestalt shift. Okay? Where it is varies from person to person. And believe me, it also varies whether you start and go that way or you start and go that way. It's something called hysteresis, meaning that you carry with you a kind of mental expectations. Now, this thing here is maybe not something you all agree on. Messiaen, again, keep returning to Messiaen's harmony when doing this. He has something called l'accord sur dominante. It means the chord on the dominant. And it does not mean the D7, as you all have been through in harmony class. It means that you have the fifth step and you have a diatonic cluster on top of it. So here you'll see a kind of arbitrary scale of brightness. It's a bit inspired by Vincent Persicchetti's idea of if you go in the circle of fifths that way, clockwise, you tend to go towards sharps and it sounds brighter than if you go the opposite way. So this was in conjunction with a former PhD student of mine at Academy of Music, a very interesting thesis on luminosity in harmony. So the idea here, you can hear and you judge for yourself whether you experience it going from darker to brighter. The point is, if we make that as a perceptual dimension, it's up to the listeners to say, ah, I agree or I disagree. It's a way of ordering subjective sensual properties. Okay, I would rather have had it on this instrument than on the cheap Finale sample piano. Anyway, the caveats, I should start to wrap up soon. Analysis by synthesis is, first of all, a tool for enhanced feature awareness. Okay? So that's what I come to the task of starting playing around with new sounds, old sounds, new works, old works, in trying to become more conscious of what's actually going on. So there is a heuristics side to this, where you can have a systematic method for discovery of salient features, applicable to global, emergent, and previously untouchable or unnamed features. And that, I think, is the absolutely superior argument in favor of analysis by synthesis, that you can actually now say something about global features, like the effects of modality in the Chopin example on the overall perception of the piece. Okay, and there is a snag here. There's a rather severe critique, I would say, of traditional musical analysis. because it has a tendency to not grasp these more global emergent features, and often pointing to rather obvious trivial stuff, and even worse, tracing back how the composer had this 12-tone row and permutated, blah, 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 all this, which I think is very tricky to accept as a basis for perceptual experience. So we have substantial challenges in developing schemes for perceptual testing. I realize this fully. I'm not trained in those things, although I've had the privilege of working together with colleagues at RITMO who are much more clever in this than I can ever be. So what it boils down to is that it's an approach of trial and error until the right sound is made. So it's possible now to generate incrementally different variants and have this evaluated for subjective perceptual effects. High ecological validity of the variant versions provided real-world instrumental generation of the music as is possible with the Disklavier. And mind you, the term ecological validity is familiar to psychologists, of course, but it means that it sounds true to how it would sound in a real-world performance. So the beauty of this instrument is that if you turn your back and you switch on the MIDI rendering of a performance and you say it's a Schwarzenschlag Richter playing, then you can be tricked. So macro level, sorry, I should also mention physical model synthesis, string and wind instruments has improved tremendously and opens up very interesting perspectives for studying actually from the physics and the ergonomics of musical sound to the perceptual qualities. Lastly, I would say that, excuse me, also more large-scale whole works investigations are possible by cut and paste. And again, this is something that I have noticed provokes some people, that you take a classic and you chop it up to pieces and you reshuffle and glue them together. You're ruining a masterpiece. But the point is that the large-scale works, how they work, is not very well studied. And what's his name? The American Maryland. Where are you? The Kiwi and what's his name? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The debate about whether you listen to episodes or whether you listen to drama. The jury is, of course, still out on this. But anyway, so to conclude, the epistemological or knowledge theory point here is that we could or should accept that works of music are what they are because of concurrent feature dimensions, and that they could actually have been different with incrementally different values. Okay? And you are at liberty to disagree vehemently, but I invite you to come and try it out for yourself, play with it. So thank you so much.
I want to thank you, Rolf, Inge, for coming here today and presenting this for us. Your research has really been formative in the field, so it's a real pleasure that you could be here on this special occasion with us today. That's really great. We have a couple of minutes for a question or two, if there is any. Otherwise, we also have some more time towards the end. But if you do have any immediate responses or comments, we would like this event to contribute to discussions. If anybody has anything. Halyard.
Harmony is often thought of as something very essential, and the long-term harmonic development of pieces can be tempered without the listeners actually registering that it's not in accordance with the, traditional format or the way it was traditionally composed. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for this introduction. It's a real honor to hear you for the first time live, having read lots of your work. A real big fan here. I have the following question. Considering concurrent feature dimensions, have you ever tried the same with features of bodily motion rather than perceptual features?
Yes, if you by features of bodily motion mean for instance, striking, bowing, and so on, we haven't done as systematic experimental work as we wish, but at the bottom of the taxonomy of sounds, we have tried to correlate them with real-world physiological and motor control sensations. So we have perhaps been a bit too focused on this, saying that you can catalog most real-world instrumental sounds in three main categories. You have the impulsive, bang, hitting. You have the sustained, boom, bowing or blowing. And you have the iterative, which is a very fast back and forth. Now, when it comes to real-world applications, there's often a mix. But what is more, the layer underneath this is the actual workings of this in relation to the instrument. And there comes this topic of so-called co-articulation, meaning that very many of the formative elements in music are actually motor control elements. So I recently had the audacity to publish a paper. They're saying that ask yourself when you next time you hear a drummer, what are you hearing? Are you hearing the motion or are you hearing the sound? Or are you hearing both? Can you actually, from an ecological perspective, say we have pure sound and we have pure motion? In musical context, I don't think so. I think you always will have those fused together.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think we're going to have to round off there in the interests of following the schedule, which is pretty packed today. So I'd like to thank Rolf Inge once more for his wonderful presentation. And I would like to introduce Professor Alexander Refsum Jensenius. There will be a quick switch here, and I can talk a little bit about Alexander. He is Professor of Music Technology and Director of the RITMO Center for Interdisciplinary Studies in Rhythm, Time and Motion. He studies how and why people move to music in the Forems Lab and uses this knowledge to create new music with untraditional instruments. He is widely published, including the monograph Sound Actions and the Sound Design, and a NIME reader anthology. He, as a member of the EU expert group on open science, is involved in modernizing how research is conceived and conducted. He's also been experimenting with new educational approaches through the online courses Music Moves, Motion Capture, and pupillometry. Thank you. He's been a visiting researcher at Berkeley and McGill and KTH, and he was head of the department here at the department from 2013 to 16, and he has led the steering committee of the International Conference on New Music Interfaces for Musical Expression from 2011 to 22. So thank you, Alexander, for presenting here today as well. I'm very much looking forward to hearing a bit more about where all this comes from as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for the very long introduction there. That's I will talk about 20 years of piano research at the University of Oslo, but I will also play a little bit and test a few different things, expose this piano to a couple of different things. So yeah, we'll start by making a little bit of sound, and hopefully what I'm doing now will make more sense at the end of my presentation. Okay. We'll see what that looks like later on. But back to a little bit of history telling. 20 years of piano research at the University of Oslo, at least the 20 years that I have been part of. Today, we are extremely excited about this new instrument that we have received in this department, thanks to generous support from the University of Oslo, backed by the Faculty of Humanities, it's important to say. So we are very grateful for that. We do actually have another Disklavier in this department, that one. It's now currently up on the 4th floor in the Synth room. It's been heavily used. It's still alive, partly. We know some hacks, how to reboot it when it hangs and these type of things. It's also been out in the corridor. I think it played Christmas songs in the corridor last year. So many things have happened in between here, and I've been part of this journey, but many others as well. So I just also like to mention Anneline Risnes, who worked here for a long time, working as a piano teacher and educator, and also doing research on piano education in various ways. Of course, Rolf Godøy, that you already heard from, that has been also an important figure in this work. Asbjørn Eriksen, who also used to be a professor in this department, that was also the subject of many of our piano studies up through the years. Morten Kristoffersen, currently working here as well, and performing as well as composing. More recently additions, also including Laura Bishop, that is here somewhere and that you will hear more from later, and also Sara Damario, and you also hear from later, and Kristina, that you will hear from later as well. So there's a lot of people and even more. And of course, this is just kind of the people that really have been doing piano stuff these years, but this department has a long history of also doing with pianists and piano research also before this time. To summarize a lot of what we are working on, I often like to bring up this figure here to say that we really try to work between art and science and in different ways. And I like to think about this as a continuum, not as categorical differences. And also between nature and culture, and try to think both about how these things are experienced in different ways, but also what's going on in our bodies and minds or these things. Now, this scientific practice versus artistic practice are of course different, but again, thinking about how these can kind of lead to interesting outputs is something worth mentioning. So, of course, from a scientific perspective, we like to write publications. More on the artistic side, we like to make artworks. That could be a concert or something else. But of course, we also look at how it's possible to also try to see, can you use artistic practice and methods to get into have scientific outputs, partly also what Rolf Inge was talking about, but also how the scientific practice can lead to artistic results. And of course, things in between as well here, where you can have various types of reflection in code and data, etc. And I think many of the examples you will also see here today represents this kind of composite of different approaches to studying music in different ways, where the process is perhaps equally important as the results coming out of this. But now, a little bit about the science then. At RITMO, but also in the department in general, many of us are trying to combine different perspectives, thinking about musicology, the study of music, as one component, but also the study of the human mind, and particularly the embodied mind, as we like to say, how the embodied mind is also partaking in both music performance and perception. And of course also technology, the study of arts and crafts and tools, including instruments like this one. Now, with this instrument then, I foresee a lot of interesting studies where we can use different methods as well to do this. We like to say that we work both from the kind of the soft to soft, reading and writing books, but also doing different types of music performance, sound analysis, and doing also various types of studies with humans, including interviews, doing questionnaires, different types of tracking, eye tracking, motion capture, that you will see later on today as well. We also do various types of brain imaging, machine learning, and even robotics. So this particular piano now will be part of the family and can be another tool in our collection of different methods of studying and trying to understand more about the magic of music. So just a little bit about how I got into this and how we have been working. And when I say we, it's many people that have been involved in this. So in the beginning, before we got into all this fancy equipment that we are now using, we often just worked with video cameras, recording a performance, and then in the beginning also developing various types of techniques for visualizing video recordings. So I developed a technique called motiongrams, which is a method for basically visualizing activity from the body based only on video recordings. And you can get a sense of time running either there or there. So this was where we started in the early 2000s, trying to systematize and work with video recordings of various kinds. And I could plug, by the way, then that we have some tools available. If you want to download these, they are free and available. The Musical Justice Toolbox, if you like the program, and the video analysis software, which is more just put in your file and you get something out there. And by the way, I'm doing a workshop during the Somos conference now, starting. So on Thursday morning, I'll run a workshop on video analysis if you're interested in learning more about this. Now, then we moved on. We were actually in a room behind Salen, currently the video lab behind there now, where we had the Disklavier in place, and where we still worked with the video analysis. There you see a camera hanging there from above, looking down at the hands. But here also with a very home-built motion capture system built from accelerometers that we put in, and there's a kind of a hub in the back here. And we exposed people to then playing with this thing here and trying to capture then through accelerometers what is going on. We also bought a Polhemus system, which is an electromagnetic tracker that was kind of the state of the art at the time for being able to track position in space. The only thing we didn't think about, though, was that this particular device is highly sensitive to metal. And, well, what you have in a piano, well, it's basically a big chunk of metal. So that was quite unsuccessful, I would say. I mean, you kind of saw a big, the kind of when you try to move your hand like this, I mean, it looked like this or something on the screen. So that was quite useless. So then the accelerometers were better. So that was the start, and we had a good time there, and Asbjørn and Aline, etc., played and tested with these things. And then, yeah, here are some pictures from this. This is Asbjørn playing there, and we published various things about this, looking into details, okay, what's going on in the left and the right, and how do you play, and strategies, etc. So many interesting things that came out of this also scientifically. And by the way, the Disklavier is very charming. It still has this floppy disk that you can use, so you can record and play on floppy drives. If you want to test it on the 4th floor. Then we moved to another building, which is now torn down. It's where the new life science building is being built. So it's an old chemistry lab with pipes sticking up on the floor and an emergency shower in the corner. And it was rustique, as we say, but a very, very nice place. And we brought the piano with us, of course, again with also video-based approaches to analyzing these things. Then we got funding for buying our first motion capture system, again with generous support from the Faculty of Humanities and the University of Oslo. So this is the Polhemus system that you see, these small red cameras. And by the way, we have a newer version of that hanging here today that you will see that will be working later. And here Asbjørn was setting up for a study. Here we couldn't use the Disklavier because that's too high or too tall, so we need to have a normal piano instead to be able to do the motion capture. But that's how we did it in the lab. This is Anneline also testing, playing there. And again, we're looking at different things, trying to figure out also how can we analyze these things and making sense of it from a scientific perspective. Which we also published, and I think this was quite early on, talking about embodiment. I think we had one of the first papers in the Izmir conference, which is the Society for Music Information Retrieval, where we problematized that the body is actually not studied at all in music research, or in at least the work presented at the Izmir conference. So this was already back in 2009, where we had various types of examples also showing the importance of being able to include the body as part of the music analysis that you're doing. Moving on, I found some various pictures in the archive. This is Bill Westney, a pianist from the US that was on a sabbatical and performed both in the lab and also did a workshop here in Salen based on trying to also think about how can you look at performance and performance anxiety and try to improve these things. So that's been also an interesting kind of line of research that has been going on along the way. Moving on, we moved the lab back down here to this building, now on the 1st floor here. This is Kristina Kopp, who did her pianist who did her PhD at the Music Academy, but was doing her studies here in our lab, where we'd actually managed to do, with our new mocap system then, detailed finger tracking. If you see it there, she has these kind of small tiny dots on her fingers, and this is a nightmare to process, but we were able to do pretty good tracking there of her hands, as you see there. And she was very interested in finger technique, how you move the thumb and how kind of the elbows move related to your playing technique. And now, jumping to today, that's Sara, who's now trying to set up in the back, kind of preparing and doing things. So this is very much ongoing work, and you will actually see some of this real research happening today. Okay, Rolf already mentioned some of the more theoretical aspects of why are we doing these things, and a lot of this work came out of this musical imagery work and book that Rolf worked on, where we're really trying to understand more about the relationship between action and perception. And alongside all these performer studies that we did, we also did tests of what we call sound tracing and kind of playing in the air instrument performance. And this is an example of Annelina, our pianist, playing in the air, where the exercise was that people would come into the lab and we would put on music and we would ask them to try to play and mimic what they heard. Oh, wasn't that working? I might need to go here and click on this one. Yeah, so it's just a short clip. But the idea being that people, with Annelina actually having played this piece, was able to do this almost perfectly. And then we looked also at novices and the intermediary people, how they would perform these type of things. Let's see, can I move on here? No. Okay. So moving on, it was already mentioned, the Musical Gestures book. That was also an important part in kind of talking more about also the gestures or the non-sound producing actions that people do in various types of interaction, and kind of laying a framework there to this. And then I got particularly interested in looking at the relationships between the body and the instrument, where the instrument can be seen as something in between yourself and a sound output, and with the reaction also happening in this. And this is the core of the book that I published a couple of years ago called Sound Actions. We're trying to really understand more about, okay, what is an instrument? How do we think about instruments, and how are they changing as we go these days? And in many ways, this is also telling a story about myself, moving from playing the acoustic piano to, in various ways, and getting into jazz and more experimental music. And then moving into kind of all this piano research. This is me at McGill University, where I started learning motion capture. And then moving into various other types of piano-like type of instruments with touch keys and keyboard grand and these things where you can control things continuously. And what are the differences between playing on these type of things versus playing on like a grand piano like this? So if you're interested in that, then you can take a look at that in my book. Particularly also, I'm trying to understand more about the relationship between then performing, perceiving, which is one element here, but also the creating part. Because in many ways with an instrument like this, when you perform on a thing like this, and I think we'll see that more later when other people play, is that part of that performance is about creating things that will actually be played back, and you get kind of an interaction going there. But also, this also relates to the understanding part that Rolf was talking a lot about previously. Now, let me get to a little bit of a demo. I promised that I would stress test this piano a little bit. Now I just need to save this thing here before it disappears. Let's see. There we go. So what do we have? What are the possibilities and limitations of this instrument? Now, let's just check that we have any sound at all. Okay, so that's a sound. Very good. So that was a medium hard sound in the middle of the piano, and I can now I'm sending MIDI messages, by the way, to this instrument. So I can also then try to see, okay, let's try to play the softest and shortest thing possible on this instrument. It sounds like this. Did you hear it? Yeah. This is sending MIDI message velocity of 1 to this instrument, right? Okay. And this is the medium one. And then we have the loudest possible. Okay, Okay, so that's 127. So that's kind of the range we have when it comes to kind of playing one tone. Okay, so let's see. Let's get back to this one. Okay, and then what else can we do? Well, let's just check that it kind of works at all. Okay, so we can play a scale. That's cool, interesting. We can go down. So that's at level, that's at the medium level. Of course, I'm not going to put maximum level now, but it's interesting to try to do the softest one. Then you get something like this. Oh, it's a bit long. I should make this shorter here. There we go. Once more. Oh. Was that too soft? Oh. Did I make it crash? I think I made it crash. Let's check if I... Sometimes when I send all these messages, it's not very happy. I think I actually need to reboot it. That's an interesting... So that's the thing when we work with these type of instruments, we, as researchers, we don't really like to use them the way they are supposed to be used. We try to push the limits of these devices, and that's for good and bad, I guess, but that's the point of doing research, is that we are trying to do something new. But I think this will be fine. I'll just start this again. The problem with the MIDI protocol, that I'll also get back to, is that it's a very old protocol. It's stable, and it's been used for a long time, and that's why people like it. But it's not particularly advanced. So in that sense, it would have been nice to have an integration of MIDI 2.0 instead. I like to say this just to push all the manufacturers out there to, yeah, okay, there we are. Okay, so now we have a tone again. That's my scale. Okay, let's do it soft, and then we'll do it like this. Yeah. Did I lose it again? No. Did I manage to crash it again? Oh, well, then it's a bug. Well, that's a good. Then we start again. Okay, I'm not doing that one once more though. Only once. But I wanted to show you a couple of more things before we move on. Let's see. So I was teaching students in the Sensing Sound and Music class earlier today about time and timing, and then I also tested this on this instrument. Let's see if I get it back here. Okay, here we have it all. So what is then, if you think about the, let's see, there we go. Yeah. If you try to make then a constant, I can play kind of a constant tone on this. So now it's interesting to see how fast can this thing play. What's the limitations? And obviously there are limitations in an instrument like this by design, because you actually need to hit something. So it's interesting then to explore what goes on if you increase this thing. If we instead try to do this then continuously, let's see what we get. If I start now with an interval of 1 second, and then I try to gradually increase it. Okay, so then we hit kind of what we call the critical bandwidth, I guess, of this instrument, which probably is around 200 now, it's fine. But when we get here, and if I go to 100, yeah. But it's not that strange, because there's a mechanism here that needs to be moved. And in fact, I think the 120 is actually kind of cool. It would actually be fun you can play with this thing. It's quite interesting interesting music results out of it, I think, from a more artistic perspective. Okay, so let me just try a few other things that just to also, this can serve as an introduction to some of the later pieces as well. Of course, one of the cool things playing with this, more from a, when you want to explore an instrument like this, is to test various types of random things, where you can have it play random things and add then various new randomizations on top of it. And when everybody's talking about AI these days, AI in music research used to be a lot of symbolic experimentation like this, playing with randomness, and now you can add different layers to it along the way. And of course, then also constraining the this, as Rolf was talking about, you can say that you only want to have randomness in one part of the instruments, or in a different part of the instruments. And now, by the way, it's hanging, and that's because I didn't send the correct note of note out messages, so that's hanging. The good thing about this instrument, as opposed to the old one, which was just hanging forever, is that this one will actually time out, so it will release at some point. So that's good. So that's good for us to know. Okay, what else is fun with this thing? Well, you could add things. Let's see, is this on? Oh, no. Here? Yeah, there you go. So you could just, in terms of algorithmic thinking, you could just add the third to this. Now there is no music theory built in. So again, thinking about how can we add some music theory? Well, at least if you let it know about the major scale. Now we also notice the latency that we have. This is the minimum latency we can get. So it's not too bad. The old instrument we had was about a latency of 1 second. That means from the time you hit the key and then you get something back. But it's more of a perhaps an interval than playing together. But still, it's pretty cool to play with. And then, of course, you can continue playing various types of things. You can add a randomizer to what you're doing. Let's see, here we go. There we go. And add a little bit of randomness to it. Let's see. There we go. If you add a bunch of these things, it can be quite fun after a while. So that's kind of just more random stuff. But then, of course, adding a little bit more complexity, you can also ask to kind of listen to itself. And this is something that I think we are more playing with when you're doing cool things. Let's see, did it listen to anything? Not really. Let's see. Now it's only playing with feedback from itself. So these things are kind of cool to play with. Okay, I'll end soon now, but just to give you an example of some of the limitations here, because in the beginning I played a bunch of same tones, and for many of them I was working only with a key travel, where I didn't press all the way down. And how does the MIDI actually handle that? That's an interesting question. So I did a recording of this, and if things work well, I can play that back, and you can hear and see what we get. It's not too bad. It's actually pretty good, but it's not perfect. And I think this is one of the key problems, you could say, with the fact that it's currently using MIDI as its built-in resolution, which is only 7 bits, which means that you have values from 0 to 127, as opposed to Yamaha's internal thing, which is 10-bit resolution. So the piano is actually better than we get. We have been asking, and I am still asking, if anybody at Yamaha listens now, if you could please get some MPE and MIDI 2.0 support in this instrument, then because we know that it's capable of doing it, it's only a software thing, then we would actually be able to do really cool things with this instrument. So this is just a nudge out there. Or even open sound control, which would be even more fantastic. Anyways, okay, let me summarize these things. As I said, we are working in between art and science. We are doing a lot of scientific work with these things, but we're also doing artistic stuff. So with our old instrument, we've done lots of cool instruments, kind of interactive systems, like this one here, where you could play it by your hands and a Kinect. We have now also over the years been working on other types of self-playing instruments, including our self-playing guitars and that orchestra. We have had different types of robots being made at RITMO. More on the guitar side of things now, recently. We also had the drums that Rolf was mentioning, that have been really testing some of the details here, thanks now. But thanks now to this new instrument, we're really able to also tap into new kind of cool things when it comes to AI and music, where AI thinking about this also as a meeting point between humans and machines. And then I'm thinking about this piano as a machine, and again between art and science. So in sum, I think this now is just the beginning. This is just the start of a journey for us to really explore this instrument more in this, when it comes to kind of things in between here. So with that, I think I'll end here, and I'm sure you will see more of these examples of these things now very shortly. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alexander, for giving us such a good introduction to this instrument. We perhaps have time for like 1 or 2 questions, if anybody has anything they'd like to ask. And maybe, Vincenzo, you can come and start setting up while, if there are any quick comments or questions. Would you like to say, for those who can't see, Alexander, would you like to say something about what it actually, I mean, because sitting on this side, I don't get to see what the keys are.
Yeah, so the keys are actually moving. That's an important thing. So if you haven't seen it, they're actually moving as you play.
Exactly. Because, I mean, this is a normal piano, just so people know as well.
Yep.
It's kind of, it's an amazing instrument. Any comments? Or? Yes, Kristina.
So you can play a duet with yourself?
Yes, and I think we will have an example of that later today. Yeah, I think Carlos is going to play with himself.
Thank you so much, Alexander. One part of the old MIDI is the so-called transmission rate, or the baud rate. What is that on this one?
Well, that's not really a problem now because it's through USB. So the transmission rate for the MIDI is not the problem any longer. So it's the resolution that is the main problem.
Okay, so in other words, what was called MIDI choke, which was terrible in the 80s when I did this, if you send too much, it shouldn't.
That's not. I stress tested this quite a bit now, and I haven't had any problems there. So it's safe there. It only chokes when you don't send the note out messages, but that's a user problem. Yeah.
I've seen people play a lot faster than the same note, a lot faster than what the piano could do. So why is that limitation there?
Well, this is the MIDI limitation. So when I'm sending a message through MIDI to control it there. So if you use the built-in recording system of the instrument, it's much higher resolution because there's an internal system that has higher resolution and we get access to using the MIDI signals.
Actually, thank you very much. That was great. I would be very interested in your first impressions concerning the timbral characteristics of this piano, because we do know that lots of what we hear eventually has to do with the key noise, right? The sort of interaction, unique interaction of hands on keys, which produce noise. Some of it goes away, some of it goes into the... And that's what I'm really missing anytime I'm hearing to these automatic pianos. Do you have any take on that?
Well, yeah, no, it's a very good question. I mean, I think the instrument itself, the mechanics of the instrument is relatively quiet here, but of course the sounds of the key, I think is also fascinating, and it would actually be really, really interesting to do more of a systematic study of that in this instrument. So I don't have any answers yet, but that's one of the things I'm curious about.
Sorry,
Yeah, no problem. That's quite all right, because we're running out of time.
Well, just a comment regarding your question. So the piano actually has a special mode where it improves the reproduction, but right now it's a little bit disabled so that it can react in real time. Otherwise, it takes a buffer, so a 500 millisecond buffer, to order the MIDI messages, and that improves the reproduction.
Yeah. That's a good point, yeah. So there are many things you can tune in here, but of course they can be tuned for different things.
Great, excellent. I think we'll round off there. Just thank you once more, Alexander.
Thank you.
And I'd like to introduce Vincenzo Madaghiele, who's a doctoral researcher in music technology at the Department of Musicology. He has a background in media engineering and machine learning, with applications to new media and experimental music. He develops interactive systems for algorithmic music and novel interfaces, which he uses to write and perform his own music. His PhD project investigates the design of artificial musical agents for performance and improvisation from a technical and aesthetic point of view. So I think we're going to hear some samples from your work, so I'm very much looking forward to that. So over to you, Vincenzo.
Hi, hello. In my research, I'm interested in looking at automation in musical improvisation and human-machine co-creation. So this work is going to be kind of like a demo that I made using an algorithm that improvises by listening to something and recombining in response small sections of a music piece. In this case, it's going to be Miroir by Maurice Ravel. And the piano is going to be listening to itself first, and then to an electronically distorted version of itself, and it's going to improvise based on that. So yeah, thank you.
Many thanks, Vincenzo. That was wonderful. Great to hear. But does anybody have any questions or comments while maybe Laura and Sara can begin setting up? Yes, Mathilde.
Since nobody else raised their hand, I'm curious about compositional intention. I have interviewed some modernistic composers who use algorithmic composition, and they are very adamant about always, like Rolf, very adamant about, not all of them, but some of them, very adamant about always judging the musical material that comes out of the algorithms, judging it aesthetically and eschewing what is judged not interesting and retaining what is judged interesting. And I found this very aesthetically interesting, but I was very curious to know, do you just let the Disklavier free, or to what degree are you steering the intentions and making aesthetic judgments?
Thank you. Yeah, in this case, there are two different algorithms. One that produces the electronics, or the electronics processing of the sound, and another one which tests the Disklavier what to play and gives it MIDI data. The algorithm that tests the Disklavier what to play, I am influencing just let's say, in two different steps. During composition, there is a lot of parameter that needs to be tuned to kind of obtain the kind of effects that, so the amount of randomness, for example, that I find interesting for this piece, or the interval between the notes. And during the performance, I'm mostly influencing the electronic processing. But I think why this aesthetically is interesting is that it's a double feedback loop. So it's like there are two characters, and you can hear that there is a connection between what the piano is doing and the electronics, and vice versa. So this creates kind of as if two characters are interacting, and that's why, or how I thought about making this piece.
Brilliant. I think, are there any further questions or comments? I think Laura and Sara look like they're nearly ready.
You can take
Sorry?
You can take a couple more questions.
Oh yeah, great, okay. I have a few things to say about you as well, so I've still got plenty of, are there any further questions? Yes?
Thank you, Vincenzo, for the lovely composition. Can you tell us a bit about your setup?
From the technical point of view, I have there is the software that is controlling the Disklavier is Somax. So it's a software by IRCAM that is allows to do that. So recombine small pieces of a corpus of sounds or of MIDI data based on some input from the outside. In this case, I kind of the input from outside is the sound of the piano itself that I have. So there are microphones recording the piano. So it's kind of in a feedback loop with itself already with Somax. But then there is a pure data patch that is has a granular synthesizer that processes this piano, and Somax starts to listen to the distorted version instead of the clean sound. We have a slider that decides how much of the distorted one goes into Somax. So yeah.
No, it's just a comment. Like I don't know if anyone also did that. In the middle of the piece, I just closed my eyes, and that changed everything. The sound, the space, and the sounds moving around in a space. I think, I don't know if anybody else, but it's just a comment. Thank you for the music.
I guess that could be a comment or question on the multimodality of the experience and what it means to either see someone playing or not see someone playing, and yeah, question of what creativity is. I don't know whether you have thoughts on that. Big question.
Yeah. No, I think of course, if there was somebody playing, this would not work, because it's the whole. I think why it's interesting is because you know that there are two systems interacting, and it's kind of like, and then me as a musician like tweaking the parameters, but it's like a small world of interaction. I don't know if you, as a listener, you perceive it that way, but I think it's important to see that the piano is a mechanical object, and that this is not. That there is not a human playing, because that would be different in the listener's perceptions.
Great. I think we can round off there and just thank Vincenzo one more time. Now I'd like to introduce both Laura Bishop and Sara D'Amaio, who are going to lead the next part of the program. Laura is a postdoc at RITMO. Her research focuses on the cognitive processes involved in creative musical interaction. She's particularly interested in how creative collaboration unfolds in the context of skilled music ensemble performance, which, when predictability and coordination must be balanced with flexibility and spontaneity. So to address that question, she runs experiments investigating ensemble musicians' communicative behavior, and in particular body gestures and visual attention. And she looks at how this behavior is perceived by others, including co-performers and audience members. Sara D'Amaio is a postdoctoral research fellow also at RITMO. Her research centers on the cognitive, behavioral, and physiological components of music performance science. She's particularly interested in the intra- and interpersonal synchronization of physiological rhythms between musicians and audiences in live concerts. She's also focused on the analysis of interpersonal coordination in small ensembles as manifested in musicians' body motion and sound production, using motion capture, acousmatic and electro analysis, geography analysis. So we'll hear the motion capture equipment in the room will also be in use in this performance, performance, keyword, because there will be a performance now shortly with two pianists, Kristina Socanski Celik and Sonja Marković. Kristina comes from a background in piano performance and holds degrees from the Norwegian Academy of Music and the Royal Danish Academy of Music in Copenhagen. She's been a visiting scholar at the Aaron Copland School of Music in New York and carried out research projects there. The results of her projects have been presented in recordings with the music of Philip Glass, Edward Smaldon, George Crumb, Missy Mazzoli, and she's also just completed a PhD here at the Department of Musicology on the music of Ljubica Marić and Arvo Pärt on spirituality and modernism. Sonja Marković is a pianist and pedagogue from Bosnia-Herzegovina. She studied at the Music Academy in Banja Luka. She has 2 master's degrees in piano performance and chamber music from the Faculty of Music in Beograd. And she's currently working on a PhD in chamber music. And she has over 70 international prizes and has performed for audiences all over Europe as a solo performer and with orchestras. So we will look forward to hearing more from them shortly. But first of all, I'd like to give the floor to Sara and Laura, who are going to tell us a little bit more about what we're going to see here and what you're actually going to do with it. Over to you.
Okay, so in this segment of today's events, we are going to be carrying out a data collection with two very skilled pianists who will come in a moment. Before we get to that, we want to spend a few minutes explaining what is happening here and what are we trying to do. So Sara and I are interested in the body activity of performing musicians. And some of this body activity we are easily able to see, like the body movements of the players. But other types of activity, for example, the heart activity or the muscle activity, we need quite specialized equipment in order to see this and in order to study it. And we are interested in how the activity of different body systems changes in response to different musical features, and how these changes are affected by different playing conditions, for example, playing in front of an audience versus playing without an audience. And we're also specifically interested in how coordination emerges within these body systems between people who are playing music together. At the center of our study is, of course, the performed music itself. This beautiful Disklavier allows us to collect quite detailed information in MIDI format about which notes are played, the timing of those notes, and how forcefully the notes are played. The next step, once we have these data, will be for us to run this data through a performance score alignment process, which allows us to filter out errors and identify where the errors are, and ultimately assign a label to each note that indicates which beat and which bar the note happened in. And from here, ultimately, what we want to do is be able to make some quantitative assessments of the timing patterns and the dynamics and the articulations and other aspects of the interpretation that the musicians are bringing. So these curves here that you see, these plots, these are showing dynamics curves and tempo curves from a study that I carried out a few years ago, where I was comparing how people play the same piece of music in solo conditions and duet conditions. All right, then the other thing we're going to be doing today is collecting physiological activity. You won't be able to see this, but both of the pianists are going to be wearing one of these vests under their clothes. This vest allows us to capture heart activity information and breathing, and also something about body motion that Sara is going to talk about. They're also going to be wearing these tiny sensors on some of their arm muscles. These are for EMG, or electromyography, and they are capturing the degree of muscle activity. Here you can see an example of what the signals from these devices look like. The heart activity is actually from one of these pianists a couple of days ago. The respiration is also from one of the pianists. The muscle activity here, this data has been run through some processing. This is actually from the arm muscle of a drummer that was drumming an isochronous beat. So these measures give us information about how hard a body is working physically, but perhaps more interesting to us, they also tell us something about the person's attention and their emotional state. To give a couple examples from the literature, in a study some of us carried out a few years ago, we were looking at the degree of cardiac synchrony in string quartets. And we found that an expert string quartet achieved higher degree of cardiac synchrony than a student group. And the student group was also affected in their cardiac synchrony by whether or not they're able to see each other. So that's an example of what we're able to do with these data. Another example here, a study from Yoshi and colleagues looked at the effects of emotional stress on heart rate and muscle activity in pianists who are performing in a competition. So physiological arousal can be high when a person is stressed, but it can also be high when a person is excited. So it's important for us to be able to take into account how a person appraises their own body activity, for us to be able to understand how the patterns of activity that we see actually map onto their experiences. So our pianists who are playing today have been completing two types of questionnaires. One of them is about their general experiences and feelings toward the performance, and the other is a quite detailed questionnaire that's capturing at a given moment in time, before and after they play, their emotional states. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sara, who's going to tell you about the body motion aspects of our project.
Thank you, Laura. In addition to the physiological and cognitive aspects that today we are trying to capture, another strand of our research relates to the pianist's body motion. Musicians' body motion plays a fundamental role in ensemble by supporting the sound production, the communication, and also the expressivity. Therefore, tracking co-performance body motion is relevant to understanding how the body motion can contribute to the music performance. And insight on musicians' body motion can clarify, for example, how the body motion can be optimized to foster expressive excellence, reduce playing-related musculoskeletal disorders, and how body motion can contribute to social interaction between the musicians and also between audience members. There are a number of different technologies that we can use to actually capture and track continuously the pianist's body motion. And today we are going to use 4 of these different types. The gold standard in motion analysis is the motion capture systems. And today we will going to use an optical motion capture system that is based on 8 cameras. You might see with some effort, they are attached to the scaffolding. There are small little cameras, red cameras. We have 3 on that corner, 3 here, and also 2 more on top of the audience, and they are pointing towards the pianist. And we are going to use reflective markers that will be placed over the upper body of the pianist and the head. And on Saturday, we had the first rehearsal session with the piano duos. And here we can see an example of one of the pieces that they were rehearsing. So as we can see, those markers were placed on the back. So we have 1 on the back, 1 on the chest, 2 on the arm, for each arm, and 3 on top on the head to track the musician's head. So such a system allows tracking the position and the orientation of the musician's body motion during ensemble performance. And here is the reconstructed body motion recorded from a different piano duo that we collected for a different studio, a different study. So in this study, we use body motion recording to investigate to what extent the motion synchronization contributes to the judgment of the level of togetherness between the musicians. And we found that the musicians' chest motion contribute to the predicted the togetherness responses in semi-professional musicians. Now, a second way to investigate to track body motion is, which in some extent is less intrusive than the previous system, can be achieved using pose estimation algorithm that track the body motion in video of the performances. And today we are doing this using 4 cameras. So one is placed on top of the keyboard to track the pianist head motion. You can see on the figure on the left side. And then we have 2 more cameras on the right and left side of the keyboard, and one on the back of the participants. And here is an example of a pose estimation algorithm that was applied to track the motion of members of a string quartet by some colleagues of us. On the top left figure, there's an image of the string quartet. On the top right, the figure shows how the algorithm precisely pinpoints to the pose estimation of the musicians in the images by mapping the body's key points. And then on the bottom, we have 2 more figures. So on the mid row is the trajectory of the motion of the first violin, and the bottom of the second violin. And so this information is useful to understand how different the motion contributed to the expressive performance. Another way to track body motion is by using accelerometers that are placed within within the physiological vest that Laura introduced previously. So those vests capture breathing and cardiac activity, but also motion of the torso. And we also have accelerometers within the EMG sensors that the pianists are they are currently wearing. So this device allows tracking the pianist's torso and also the arm motion. And so by using different technologies to track pianist body motion, we can hopefully track accurately different body parts and investigate to what extent these measures overlap and converge. So we would love to thank Hugh von Harnem. You might have seen him passing here. So for his tech support, thank you so much, Hugh. A big applause to Hugh. And also to Kayla Burnham and Karenina Juarez, who greatly support technically this project. And now, we talk about science, but as Alexander anticipated, we love to find a way to combine the science with arts. So today, we are going to listen to 3 performances. The first piece is Rachmaninoff Opus 11, number 6, then Weber Opus 10, number 3, and then Norwegian Dance Opera 35, number 2 by Grieg. So please join me for a warm welcome to Sonja Marković and Kristina Socanski. The problem of doing research in the wild is that sometimes things they need to be tweaked. So I'm sorry, but we just need to check something. One camera disconnected. The one on top?
we just want to say thank you so much, Kristina and Sonja. It was really nice to have the whole expressive breadth of the piano in this event, I think.
Great, thank you very much. We do have a few minutes for questions or comments if there are any, while we just do a quick switch again here, if there are any thoughts or responses. Yeah. And just shortly we will be able to begin with Carlos. Just a reminder, we will be having a break shortly, and we have cinnamon buns. So. I can begin by introducing Carlos. Carlos Eduardo Cancino-Chacón is an assistant professor at the Institute of Compositional Perception, JKU. His research focuses on studying machine listening, expressive music performance, music cognition, and music theory with machine learning methods. He pursued a doctoral degree in computer science at the Institute of Computational Perception at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz, Austria. He received his MSc degree in electrical engineering and audio engineering from Graz University of Technology, a degree in physics from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, and a degree in piano performance from the National Conservatory of Music in Mexico. So we're very much looking forward to hearing more about your research, Carlos. And yeah, I need to work on my stand-up set. I do have some jokes on my telephone, but I'm not going to repeat them.
Hopefully this works. Yeah, it's working.
Sounds good. So thank you, Carlos, for taking your time to come here today and to present with us. And I know that you've been affiliated with RITMO and you've been working closely with Laura and Sara as well. So I really appreciate your work here at the department and at RITMO. So yeah, welcome, Carlos.
So thank you for the opportunity to be here. In this event, we have been talking and presenting many possibilities of exploring interaction with an instrument like this. And in this case, I will try the kind of work that I have been doing for a while about interactive systems in expressive performance. And in this case, in the more traditional expressive performance, like the ones that we just heard in classical music. Although it's going to be a little bit hard to follow the previous act, so bear with me. So in this case, the kind of work that I'm doing is on accompaniment systems, so these active systems where we have an artificial co-performer, so a computer program where in ensemble works where we have both parts fully written, so the system is not improvising, it's just adapting the music to whatever way that you are playing it, basically playing in tempo with you, synchronizing, and all the rest. So this is a computational agent that basically performs with a human soloist or a human partner and is adapting its performance to your performance style. A system needs to solve 3 tasks in order to accomplish this, right? The first one is detecting whatever you are playing. In a system that is starting directly from audio, this can be very complicated. So there can be a lot of machine learning and signal processing involved into detecting whatever audio signal and transforming it into sound and whatever symbolic representation the system needs to. But luckily, with such a nice instrument, we can just bypass everything because this gives MIDI and then we know which notes you're playing. So this is not the part that our system is solving right now. The second part is score following, which I will touch upon in the next slide. And the third part is actually generating this expressive accompaniment part. So score following in machine learning and music information retrieval communities, we refer to the problem of matching a musical signal of the same piece, be a performance with its score, and do this in real time. For those of you who have been involved in this, you might know that this is not a trivial problem, even though it seems fairly trivial, so it just match which notes are being played to the notes in the score. But given that humans are known to make any kinds of mistakes and have wild deviations from whatever is on the score, this is a fairly complicated problem. And actually, most research on accompaniment systems of this type have focused on this particular type of problem. The second problem, so the actual generating the expressive accompaniment part, can be solved more or less with a framework like this. So we have the person playing, so the soloist, and we have the score of the accompaniment part, from which we extract some features that describe properties of the music and are represented in a machine-readable way so that we can feed them to a computational model, which can be a variety of different things, from models of sensory motor synchronization to neural networks and or rule-based systems or whatever. And we are predicting some numerical parameters that describe characteristics of the performance. For example, the MIDI velocity or the tempo of the performance. And this is decoded finally into the MIDI that is being sent to the output device, in this case, the Disklavier. The system that I'm presenting here, so the companion, solves this with 3 modules. So a MIDI handler that is doing all of the input and output of the MIDI, a score follower, and the accompanist module, which is where all the magic happens. So whenever we have a score, so we give the score to the score follower so that the score follower will know what we're going to play. We give the accompaniment part to the accompanist. And so when a human plays on a Disklavier or in any MIDI-capable instrument, so we will have the MIDI handler give the information to the score follower, which, if it works correctly, will detect where you are in the score. And this will go to the accompanist, which has 2 modules. And I will spare you the nitty-gritty machine learning details, but there's an encoder part that is capturing your performance style. And there's a decoder that is using this information to generate how the performance of the accompaniment will be. And this is sent to the MIDI handler, which schedules the MIDI messages. And every time, and so this is sent to the piano. And every time that the soloist plays something new, this process goes on and updates its predictions. And so this is why it can keep track with your changes. Of course, a lot of systems have worked on how to make the accompaniment system adapt to whatever the human is doing. But actually, in practice, the humans adapt to whatever the system is doing. And this is the part that has not been that much studied. But yeah, so without further ado, and it will be a little bit hard to follow after the performance that we had before. So I will present 3 pieces, and afterwards I will open the system. I have prepared some easy pieces that everybody that wants to try the system can test. And the first piece, so a shortened version of the opening of Glassworks by Philip Glass, is just as a demonstration of the capabilities of the system. I'm not going to be playing it in a particular musical way. I'm just going to exaggerate, speeding up or slowing down, just so that you get an idea of how much the system can adapt in terms of tempo and loudness and so on. So I have the scores, and I'm only playing the right hand. So I will keep my left hand so that you can see that the system is doing its thing. Well, hopefully Philip Glass will not be very mad about that. So the next piece, something more traditional and more expected from a research institute in Austria. Some Mozart. So as I said, so then it's open to the public. So I have some pieces if someone wants to try it. Very, very easy thing. So you don't really need to. So we have done this kind of demo a few times, and so we have prepared some pieces that everybody can play. Does anyone want to try? Hi. So we have, of course, you could play any of the other pieces that I just played, but so we have it's just playing the right hand.
Oh, okay.
Just playing the right hand. So
Sure.
the first part of this, or
Maybe that one.
you want to try this? Whenever you want.
I can also adjust the speed.
And you can adjust it. You can adjust the speed.
Okay.
Well, as I said, so if you make certain mistakes, the system gets lost fairly easily. It's robust against some other types of mistakes, of course, but this is kind of the issue in real demos.
Brilliant. I see that we're slightly behind time, but maybe we can just carry on into the break if that's okay with you,
so
and people can just try. Just don't get sort of crumbs from the buns in the piano. But yeah. So thank you so much, Carlos, for a fantastic presentation. And yeah, please feel free to come and try. And there will be some coffee and buns shortly. And we can start again at around about 3 o'clock with Pavlos.
I actually have 2 questions. I was wondering what happens if you play, like, do you start to play one pass and you listen to which one is playing when you play the other? Or you don't do that. You have the chord voice. And then you said, okay, I see one pass. Can I play that?
Yes. So you basically choose which part is going. So in this case, it is preset.
Okay, but if I switch from right hand to left, that's switch.
No. Sadly not. So sadly you have to get
Guys, fantastic. Thank you so much. Would you mind just continuing somewhere else, because I need to sit up as well, and it's depressing because it's just.
Just a quick question. So who finds speed in the beginning? So when she sat down and started playing, she started playing from what she knows that is initially supposed to be, right?
Yeah. So you set the initial tempo.
So you had already done that before. Alright. But then suddenly things changed.
follow with a lag of how many seconds?
It should be in the terms of milliseconds. So the entire process in
But it sounded like the piano started happening at some point. Or was that is the piano just following her?
Oh, she made a mistake at some point.
Yeah.
And the follower lost track of her. So the thing is that. Sorry to hurt you, but yeah.
Just a general question: if the piano always follows the artist, or if in terms of speed,
the piano follows.
Always. All right. So it just sounded like it sounded like rushing.
The issue is that so the very beginning
Is it staying here? The piano All right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think I'm good. Yeah, yeah, lots of towing. Yes. Yeah, well, I'm gonna show things that I was surfing through. Now it's get the full mode. I'm not sure if I have like but I'll do my best because we found out there are times where we can Skoie as well. So I might rush it to the end. Whatever you think is best. Yeah.
We'll wait till 4 if you've got time for questions. Just a couple of minutes till 3. But we don't have to start precisely at 3. We've got a couple of minutes just to.
I just need to rush. Yeah.
1, 2. Okay, welcome back everybody. If you'd like to find your seats and we can continue. Because it's a real pleasure to introduce Pavlos Antoniadis, who's come all the way here from Greece to be with us today for this performance presentation. Pavlos is a pianist, musicologist and creative technologist, currently Associate Professor of Music Communication and Technology at the University of Ioannina in Greece. He's also been a research collaborator at IRCAM Paris since 2014, collaborator of the PhD in Artistic Research at Lund University, Malmö, and pianist of the ensemble Contemporary Insights in Leipzig. He holds a prize-winning PhD in musicology from the University of Strasbourg in co-direction with the IRCAM, and in co-direction with the IRCAM MA in piano performance from the University of California, San Diego, on a Fulbright scholarship, and an MA in music studies from the University of Athens. His research interests include embodied cognition, complexity, embodiment, multimodality, sensor-based interactive technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, and biopolitics, with a focus on technologically enhanced learning and performance for musics of the 20th and 21st centuries. He's the author of many publications, including 2 forthcoming monographs and a collective volume on the music of Anastis Logothesis, and has given over 60 lecture performances around the world while pursuing an active performing career. He's performed in Europe, North and South America, and Asia with new music ensembles, Work in Progress of Berlin, Camera Ensemble Neue Musik in Berlin, Forminx, Ergon, Arosh Note, Contemporary Insights, and he's also been a soloist with the Thessaloniki State Symphony Orchestra. So his recordings have received critical acclaim, and as a soloist he's also worked with composers such as Marc-André, Helmut Lachenmann, Brian Ferneyhough, Wolfgang Riem, Tristan Murray, Richard Barrett, Walter Zimmermann, and Wieland Hoben. And he's also premiered solo works by many leading composers. His programming, the concerts he performs, features often very complex contemporary works, extremes of physicality, live electronics, multimedia, sensors, virtual and augmented reality, and musical theatre, often in dialogue with ancient repertoire from Cabezón to Bartók. So it's a real pleasure to introduce Pavlos, who is going to talk about his work here today. I'm very excited to have you here, Pavlos. So the word is yours.
Thank you so much for this way too generous introduction. And yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. I have to say, we met with Peter in a conference on Godøy in Athens. And there I was effectively talking about complex rhythm and ligeti. So now I think I can open up the horizon a bit and talk about a much wider range of repertoire, contemporary repertoire, always, but also some of my concerns about, no problem. Some of my concerns about the relations between what is written, what is symbolic, what is embodied in rhythm, and how technology can bridge the gap. So my talk will resonate actually a lot with what Professor Rolf Inge Godøy stated at the beginning about analysis by synthesis, and also the sort of weird, embarrassing space we occupy when referring to masterpieces and when processing masterpieces in certain ways. So I feel very close to this spirit. I will have to jump back and forth from the piano to my slides, so I hope that doesn't become tiring. Not forget to mention that this little orgy of logos in my first slide is to indicate that this work has been decisively shaped through collaboration with many people and institutions. And I will be mentioning hopefully all of them during the talk, but the most important to mention already is Frédéric Bevilacqua and the team Interaction sans musique mouvement at IRCAM, with whom I have been working since 2012. So starting off from my concert experience as contemporary music pianist, I have applied theories of performative turn in musicology, of embodied music cognition, and of interactive systems design to a great range of complex piano music. Talking on rhythm is like jumping off a cliff somehow, meaning that rhythm is an immanent foundation of musical experience rather than a single parameter. Attempting an overview of my own work, I will guide you through my theory of embodied navigation of notation and the tools, the associated tools under the rubric GestCom, gesture cutting through textual complexity, alluding to a tripartite scheme of rhythm, rhythm learning, and rhythm generation as symbolic, embodied, and technology enhanced. So this triangle over here is where I will be moving. And in the course of this talk, I hope to convince you that rather than alluding to models of absolute accuracy, faithful reproduction, and resonance training, I wish to accentuate the creative potential of exploiting the gap between the symbolic, the embodied, and technology for a range of functions, from deciphering to comprovisation, through interpretation and reinterpretation. This approach is particularly pertinent as far as my use of machine learning and AI techniques is concerned. This use is shaped by embodiment and wishes to crack the rigidity of symbolic rhythm notation open, granting it with a new organicity. So, I will explore some music very close to my heart, such as works by Yannis Xenakis, Brian Fernyhough, Olivier Messiaen, Gergi Ligeti, and I have to leave out many other things that would have made this presentation explode in terms of time. I will do that exploring the multiplicity of mappings between sketches, scores, multimodal data, augmented interactive tablatures, motion following, and AI agents for human-machine improvisation, showing a pathway that ways between representation and musical interaction, and hoping to demonstrate the potential of one-to-many mappings between those different representation domains for challenging established epistemic biases in musical AI. So basically, I want to show how we go from pre-compositional sketches to scores and then to opening up those scores. And I hope I'll be able to give you some aspects of this tour. I'll be very vigilant about time. So the structure I have envisaged is starting with the theory of embodied navigation, talking mostly about Xenakis' mists, about pitch, but how pitch eventually shapes rhythm, talking about rhythm, then going on to present the Gestcom tools, mostly focusing on Brian Fernyhough, then necessarily talking a bit about click tracks and metronomes through Messiaen and Ligeti, and eventually using the Somax software, which has already been presented in the first part of the conference, to see how we unlearn and unfollow through improvisation. And here is some indicative bibliography, which obviously, I'm sorry for the Godøy thing, it's a typo there, it's Godøy, of course, that I'm referring to. And I have from the beginning, and you will see that in the next slide, I have been very influenced by the notion of articulation and sound action chunks, and how this hierarchical understanding of movement shapes not only sound, but also music notation. That's, in a nutshell, is the point I started from as a pianist. So, embodied navigation, about 15 years ago, I started drawing tablatures like that. And I call them tablatures because, essentially, I want to move from the symbolic domain to the domain of gesture. So I'll play this cloud by Xenakis' Mists, and it's not by accident that I'm choosing that as an introduction to a lecture for rhythm, because if you notice, there is no rhythm in the traditional sense of grouping, meter, different time values. The only thing you might see in the upper left corner is, or rather you can see it here better. So what you see here is a striated time space, striated with 16th notes. And the question is, okay, how do I learn this rhythm, right? This grouping of gas molecules, essentially. Xenakis alludes to gas molecules. And how may someone learn a rhythm that goes on for several pages, informations like that? I'm playing once or twice. Once more so that you know I'm not faking. So I started by retranscribing this space so one could see the directions of pitch. And then I thought that, okay, going on and fingering this thing is not always the easiest task in the world. But what happens is that it really reveals the underlying patterns that relate to embodiment effectively. So, from a supposed finger layer, we move to a hand grasp layer, right? And this hand grasp layer, which is quite clear here, includes chords, but also includes formations that involve also the upper arm, so things that still keep the configuration 1 to 5, but they cannot be grasped simultaneously. Like that's the first group here. That's the group, etc. And out of this sort of movement analysis, those I'm calling quasi-grasps, and there are then grasps which connect to edges. So one can really have a very interesting choreography and move to get rid of pitch and get only the arm movements, which give us eventually a linear trajectory. A linear trajectory with some things sticking out, so to speak. And the things sticking out are those extreme leaps that make very often the music makes a nice sound impossible or anything like that. And those are the red beams in this case like this. Okay, so that was the entrance point to my considerations. And then it's interesting that, okay, talking about rhythm here would mean talking about the timing and about the arrangement of these motion groupings on the one hand. But at a deeper level, it would also mean creating a model of how we move through these hierarchical layers in learning. So if one decides, for example, to start learning note to note from the finger layer, one would be in very big trouble to have a grasp of the whole. If one decides to learn from the last stage, one might omit information that is important again for the shaping of the whole, and so on. So there is a dialectical movement between those hierarchical layers. Those are not fixed in stone. And that's the main tenet of this theory, that one keeps moving and keeps rearranging the phenomenally static score, phenomenically static score, right? The score is not static. In the same piece, there is another passage which introduces, again, rhythms, very complex symbolic rhythms, that again one is not able to understand. And these rhythms, maybe I jump here, are like mosaics of very complex polyrhythms, right? So you might have 7 against 6, against 5 against 4, against 9 against 8. So now what happens in these situations? Why is it different from 3 against 2, for example? To play 3 against 2, you just need to place the notes correctly in a grid of the least common multiple, which is 6, right? So, but here, this least common multiple becomes very big. So for only the 2 first polyrhythms, 7 against 6 against 5 against 4, it becomes 210. So you would need a grid to place the notes with 210 subdivisions, and that's not human. And that's only one hand. So by the way, I need to play you the thing so that we know what we are talking about. And maybe I'll play it. I'll play the whole page that leads to that, because it's important also for the continuation of the talk. Here it comes. So this is how it sounds, this sort of tree that comes and grows. which is like, basically it's a fugue, right? Which starts from the beginning of the piece. So, in thinking about how we learn, I went back to this initial choreography of movement. The choreography here is very simple. We again have the 3-finger grasp and arm layer, but in this case the arm layer is going from the bottom to the top of the keyboard. The whole thing is articulated in 10 chords. And the question is, how do we then learn those rhythms? An American cellist and composer has proposed the term mediation techniques to describe all those tactics whereby we don't learn the rhythm per se, but several trade-offs. For example, here one could very well calculate the 7 and then place it in the domain of the beat. So, sorry, what did they play? That was the 7 against 6, which means against 3 eighth notes. And then one can play the 5 against 4. And then combine loosely those around the beat. But that's only one way, because it's never too accurate. To get really accurate there, you need to calculate the exact decimal position in the beat. But then again, since we're not thinking in decimal subdivisions, we cannot keep the sense of flow and the sense of rhythm. What we keep instead is this series in the bottom panel of entries, etc. So we know, if we know that, we don't know the other thing. If we know the other thing, we don't know that. And essentially, we always negotiate between the two. That's the main idea. And negotiating between the two means that we negotiate between different embodied layers. Because the first, if you notice, is very close to the hand grasp layer, whereas the second is very close to the finger layer. So if we decide to get very grob, let's say, we can play those almost simultaneously. Whereas one could play very nuanced. And finally, of course, one has the normal analytical insights here to share and re-articulate, which I have shown through different layers. For example, there is a continuous line, the brown line of 16th notes, which if I bring out, suddenly the whole sounds very straight. There are the canonical entrances of voices with blue boxes. There are shifts, the red shifts of speed, which give the underlying pulse over the passage. There is the slowing down of the second half of the passage, highlighted with smaller numerators in relation to denominators. And so on. The thing is that all those decisions essentially make what I call intentional nodes, and these nodes are articulating the embodied layers. The way these nodes manifest on time are an essential component of rhythm, of embodied rhythm. And these analytical insights can never manifest without this component of embodiment. So performance as embodied navigation is considered as a non-linear state space of notational, but also gestural, sonic, stylistic, conceptual affordances. The affordances are representable as annotations of the score in the form of a multi-layered tablature. The performer navigates embodied layers and manipulates notation as if notation had tangible properties. And this is an example of mediation between symbolic signification, action-oriented descriptors, and physical energy. Gesture acts as an interface for notation processing, and notation forms part of the dynamic system body instrument notation. For the interest of time, I will now skip to the tools we created for this enterprise of essentially how to be able to get all this data, all this annotated data, from physical energy alone. That was the thing, like how, because I have this subjective first-person knowledge, which I want to share with you. Then, if I need to go and do that for every piece or for, I mean, no, we need something more objective, right? We need third-person means, that means data, in order to be able to get rid of me. So here is where Gestcom comes. Gesture cutting through textual complexity. Started at my musical research residency at IRCAM, continued through my PhD, and still is in development. With specific goals as to representation and interaction to create representations that are malleable, dynamic, objective, personalized, archiving the longitudinal learning trajectory, and reducing information in interaction with the score, augmenting multimodally the score, and allowing for gestural control of notation. For the interest of time, I skip many things. We used a Disklavier, equipped also with the system Touchkeys by Macpherson in Queen Mary University, London. And we made many multimodal recordings using mostly Mubu. Here are some of the patches you will see in action soon, and using at the time custom-made inertial sensors. We never used optical tracking, although we had the system, because there were many problems with occlusion mostly. So we decided to go inertial throughout. The architecture includes recording, analysis, notation processing, and interactive applications. Switching to Max, I'll show you an example of these multimodal recordings. So what you see here basically is, maybe I can do that a bit bigger. What you see here, for example, are the very structures that I showed in my annotation before. And I'm talking about those chords. Right? So those chords which I annotated through my subjective first-person knowledge of the piece, one can get from a performance of the piece, which is now not the performance of this climactic four-part growing, but it's rather the performance of the very scales of the sieves, as Xenakis calls them, that create this growing. So these are the fingers ready to play, not the MIDI, which is also recorded. Here is the MIDI recording, and here are the Touchkeys sensors recordings that gives us, so to speak, the blueprint of the fingers on the keys. Then we have created a syntax for analyzing movement based on the accelerometers and gyroscopes. I'll be using also shortly. And we were able to detect through analysis this sort of basic syntax for pianistic movement, right? Whereby essentially you have the preparation of the gesture, bringing the hands on the keyboard. You have things that are played more or less in the same register, attacks called. Then you have displacements of the hands, and then you have the release gestures. And this is very close to an envelope like ADSR, for example. So an envelope for pianistic gesture that simplifies very complex music. That was the goal. So here this envelope is shown with those markers, right? And those markers are essentially the change of hand position. So rhythm now becomes a question of those points where we have displacements, basically, whereby accelerations, and it's not all accelerations, we have found out that it's especially the gyroscope, a specific direction axis of the gyroscope that gives us this sort of information. And we can locate it even without analyzing the video as we had to do in the very beginning, right? So look here. That's very clear that over this marker, we have this gesture. And if I open up my panel, we actually can see that the point where this happens is this gyroscope. And this gyroscope stands alone where all other gyroscopes and accelerometers remain still. So that gives us the displacements. And out of these displacements patterns, we can actually get very interesting densities about the complexity of movement. So for the interest of time, I go further. So we mapped movement to notation, basically, creating these PADR envelopes. And in this case of Herma, inspired by Xenakis' own predilections about sounds per second, we talked about displacements per second, trying to find a measure of movement density and correlate it to a measure of pitch density, so to speak. Experimental testing is something we are still on the way of doing, looking then at how people starting learning from the big chunks, so to speak, would learn better than people starting learning in the traditional, so to speak, way. But to operationalize that, we still need some time. The third module of GestCom was processing notation that took two directions. The first was about complexity reduction. So essentially, we filtered the MIDI file to identify the grasps and remove all the intermediate notes. The red note heads are pinkies, fifth fingers. The blue note heads are thumbs. And in that way, we get rid of information that is obscuring sometimes the real motion patterns. And we eventually end up with something like the one you see on the bottom, the choreography of the arm movement for a piece like Brian Ferneyhough's Lemma Icon Epigram. So the inspiration here was Brian Ferneyhough's own words. Ferneyhough said that one should start to learn my pieces first by absorbing the global aspects, then going back to punctualistic detail, and then putting the two together. And I was always sort of asking, yeah, but what are those global aspects? I mean, faking the piece eventually. And I hope I might be giving some sort of answer about what might be those global aspects, right? So I'll play a bit this first page. If I can find it here. Yes. the idea is that you have basically, so you have very clear, almost Schenker-like movements that can be translated to pitch, but this pitch is not coming out of a formal pitch analysis. It comes out of a embodied analysis, right? So it's analysis through the body, so to speak. And that's rhythm, because it gives you the shapes. Then one, of course, should go back to, where is that? I'll show you later where one could go back. Should go back, basically, to calculating the real rhythms, and then it's a real fun, because you start putting together the big shapes on the right hand side, with the abstract formal approach to this rhythm, which one may use metronomes, click tracks, and everything to calculate. So I would like to make a simulation of that, but I don't know if I have the time, and I don't want to miss the last part of the talk. But I'll just play a bit of the first line. So in the first line, you start with 12 tablets, right? Against 3 16th notes. And that's pretty easy. It's a 6 tablet for each 16th note. 3. 3. And then the 12 becomes 11, so becomes slower against 2. And this 11 would be but what Fernyhough does is that he always inserts those tiny tablets here that make it a bit faster. And you see the metronomic markings here. So, and it is this sort of simultaneous declining diminution of rhythms, but also internal acceleration that creates the dynamic of all that. My idea is essentially to create a gestural click track so that one can have a safety net for doing exactly this minuscule work. And to do that, we created, I used the motion follower by Frédéric Bevilacqua. Give me a sec, it's somewhere there. The notion of motion following is based on hidden Markov models and dynamic time warping, and it compares in real time a gesture being performed to a gesture that has been already recorded, right? So you have this sort of interface, and after having recorded, you have the estimation of how the system follows. Normally, people use that for applications whereby it's a virtue to follow accurately. In my case, I was very interested in breaking the system, in looking where it doesn't follow anymore, and in looking how I could use this basic patterning, like the one I showed with filtered notation, right, for Fernyhough. So, so the patterning on the right-hand side, in order to follow that, or to follow the real thing through the patterning on the right-hand side. So it's a kind of score following through movement, basically. Let's see how that works. So here, for the sake of okay, it's streaming. I need to put my sensors on. Those are the sensors I'm using. Very, very small, portable, Riot, Vitalinos. I always wanted to avoid lots of toy, lots of equipment, because I'm a performer, so I was hoping that I can run around without having to put up cameras and things like that. Of course, as you'll see, you never avoid those things, so now I'm working with full shoots and everything, but that's a different story. And then the other thing I need here is the patch which connects me to the in-score. Okay, and that's the gestural patterning. So I have already recorded it, and let's see if I can play the original, and the system will follow. Normally it does, but you never know. Yeah. You see, it waits for me when the system has jumped a bit, because I made a very fast recording, nothing fancy. Like, I could record it right now, actually, and see what happens. Now I am too fast. I have somehow to tweak a bit this metronome here so that it goes a bit slower, the cursor and the signal. Let's see again. Okay. Now it's too slow. Okay. You see, you have to play with that, and you have to play also with the tolerance, how easy it is for the algorithm to actually take in the new gesture, right? So here I'm having a medium tolerance. I can put it very low. I'll put it later in some other example. Okay, let's try once more. Okay, not perfect, but let's see if that works also. Yeah. Okay, but it still follows me. So you see that potentially you can actually fine-tune that in order to be able to follow you, no matter how many mistakes you might make, how slow or how rapidly you want to move. And the key to that is that you don't give all the pitches. You give only the pitches of the skeleton, right? Okay. Another direction this work took was augmenting, actually, the whole idea of the performance, so creating tablatures which would also include videos and other sorts of representation. And this took us to augmented reality at some point. I won't go into this project, but it was a very important project as well for refining the tools and for introducing us to whole shoots, and then controlling some spaces. Maybe I'll play just a very, why? That should have sound. Sorry about that. Is sound on that front okay? Yeah? Sorry, I don't know. Let's see now. No, it doesn't want to play. Maybe. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, put it back to where it was. Anyways, that was in any case not the object of this, just to say that you can take the direction of reducing notation, so creating these skeletons, but also augmenting notation. And that was pretty much the real-time applications I wanted to show. Now, how much time do I still have?
We've got up till 4 o'clock. That's in 10 minutes.
All right, great.
Have time for a couple of questions at the end, if possible.
Yeah, that would be great. Actually, are there any questions already? I mean, if there is anything that seems incomprehensible or weird or...
And I think Carlos also said that he's happy to hang around after if people want to try as well.
Mhm.
So, yeah. But
Okay, so maybe it's time to talk a bit about the rhythm in the way we usually understand it, right? And so something like désordre by Ligeti. And there we have completely different sort of challenges. Here, one of the challenges is that the two hands begin together. Etc. So essentially, you have these streams, and usually people have focused on the way the right or the left hand lead. For example, I have created this metronome here, which doesn't sound... that's weird. Are you sure you... Because we had sound until recently and they didn't change everything. DSP is on, so that should be working. It's a pity, really. No, it doesn't sound. I have no idea why.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Thanks, great. So, the idea here is that we have this pattern, right? Like 1, tam, pam, 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 pam. Tikam, pikam, tikam, pikam, pikam, pakam, pakam. Or it can be ta-ta, 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 tam, tam, pam. So keeping the beat underneath intact, so to speak, or creating a new beat with the 7 above. Let's hear how it sounds with the left hand leading.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Or with the right hand leading.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Or with what would be my approach, essentially, that each time one throws the beat in an additive way, so that one always hears the one at each figure as a renewed beat, basically.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 17, 18, 21, 20, 23.
Okay, I'll play it a bit slower so that it makes more sense.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23.
You can hear the difference in the feeling. I'll try now to play it again after you had this experience. Of course, normally it would be. Which is very different from. And that comes back to Messiaen, actually. If you have rhythms like in mode de valeur d'intensité, which are additive, and people usually play in a metered way. So they would play these, such as. Whereas I think it's really worth counting the 30-second notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you listen to that, I think it really makes sense. Maybe here.
One, 2, 3.
That's the metered version, right? The other version is one that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
The addition of clicks
11,
rather than the clicks
12.
in the bar. Okay. That's a small interlude just to say that very often the sort of 40 approaches to cognition, which we have been researching a lot, emerge from the composer's words from the composer's practices. For example, Ligeti, when they asked him, how are people to play the accents in your pieces, says that the pianist must not count when they play. They produce the accents according to the notation. They feel a certain pattern of muscular tensions in their fingers, but they actually perceive something different, the different sort of speeds that they wouldn't be able to produce consciously. That's a very interesting passage for me because it somehow says that, yeah, you don't need to analyze anything, you don't need to learn anything mentally, you need to leave the accents play you, basically, and then you just listen and perceive to the result. And that's a very different approach from, say, Carnatic music approach, which would learn those rhythms like and if they wanted to make an 8 against 7, or if they wanted to make a 7 against 8, they would make it like so they would throw the beat, they would understand the beat, they would learn how to do it, but that's not what Ligeti expects from the performer. And that's quite interesting. In the technology-enhanced approach, very often we evoke notions like resonance training, so how essentially we learn to coordinate with those clicks or with those following machines, entrainment, sensory motor prediction, and expressive alignments, as addressed by Marc Lehmann, is also very important components in learning. And in a more radical take on that, mental representations may be said to be substituted by coupled oscillators. And that's exactly what Liggett is evoking, right? Can we substitute our internalization of accents with an external source that creates the accents and guides us? That's the question. And we're still looking, I would say, for the answer. It's not clear to me. I used to be a great advocate of external resources that guide you, but now, getting older, I start to go back to my practices of memorizing and internalizing a lot, actually. I'm coming to the last part, which is how to unlearn and unfollow through AI. So I'll be showing a bit a project we did at IRCAM with Michael Malt, based on Evriali. Maybe I can play a bit the beginning of the piece so that you have an idea of what's coming there. Okay. So that would go like... and so on. It's a notorious piece for not being playable and things like that, which of course are part of history, because by now many people have played it and still play it. And what we do there is essentially we use Somax. We have fed Somax with Evriali, a performance of mine, and I'm expected to improvise against this performance. So basically the system has a very refined navigational model of an audio corpus. It takes an input, which is either audio or MIDI, and it creates these pitch, harmony, and feedback slices, which are then in real time merged on the basis of new influences, new peaks and previous peaks, peaks combined. So there is a machine listening part to it and a machine actuation, a machine playing, performing part. The interesting thing is that when the material is so complex as Xenakis, for example, you have the possibility to insert alien, new material that has not been part of the piece. And then you get very strange behaviors by the piece, either in terms of rhythm, like suddenly they're trying rapidly to find new constellations, or not being able to cope with your input and stopping. I'll show some of those things live. Before that, another small video whereby we used it together with the motion follower. Maybe, can you get a bit higher? So here you have the piece fed in Somax, but also you have the piece fed in the motion follower. And the motion follower cannot quite follow that well, so it starts making these spectral transformations, which are really interesting. And then Somax listens to the spectral transformations and reacts also in very weird ways because the pitch is not quite the same anymore. I'll try to give an example of that now, and then we'll use also the Disklavier. And I think that will be the end. So that's the one. So for the beginning, now that's a very small excerpt, so at some point it will become very predictable. But if I play something more happening, and if I add in the mix the Disklavier, which I can use both to output and to input MIDI, obviously. So it needs to read the Ligeti Etude. Let's see what happens here. It recognizes pitch, actually. Can you listen? That's from the Ligeti Etude, but it catches the spectrum pitch. And I'll input also
All right, I think I have to come to an end for sure. So I had said in the beginning that exploiting the gap between the symbolic and the embodied through technology and cracking notation open to deciphering, interpretation, reinterpretation, improvisation, and comprovisation in lieu of resonance training and faithful reproduction was the objective of this presentation. I think I might have shown that one does not exclude the other eventually, right? One can use those tools both for learning as accurately as possible. For example, one could create a perfect click track for Vertigo, but on the other hand, my own personal preference is to use those tools creatively in order to go further in, for example, learning how to improvise out of tablatures from Yannis Xenakis. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Pavlos. Just quickly, if anybody does have to leave, because we're slightly over time, feel free to leave. But I'd like to just give the opportunity to ask some questions and comments or anything you might be wondering about. And also, Carlos will be here. We'll hang around for a bit, so you can also try some of this. Does anyone have any immediate questions before I... Yes, Rolf.
Thank you so much for a marvelous presentation and wealth of ideas. Very close to my heart as well. In particular, I was thinking of the lucidity in the audible impression with the Xenakis when you had the hand gesture annotations. And as you know, I am a firm believer in that motion shapes sound. And what's more, that also hand postures in particular are very significant in grouping sounds. It's not magic, it's physiology, it's how we interact with the instrument. And I was amazed at hearing the modality of the Xenakis piece, a bit Messiaen-like in Xenakis, which was a bit unexpected. But just one question, I think it's absolutely marvelous. It makes very good sense artistically to hear and experience that. But do you think Xenakis would have thought in the same way? Xenakis probably, I'm just guessing, would maybe not have the corporeality in mind when composing. Do you have any opinions on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. It's a great question. Actually, Xenakis, when asked, first of all, if he would like mechanical reproduction of his works because they wouldn't be able to be played, he was adamant that no way. He had actually two realizations by computer music at the time, or automatic instruments, and he didn't like them at all. Xenakis was talking a lot, for example, in the interviews to Vargas, to this Hungarian musicologist. He talks a lot about corporeality, but it's about transgression, about going beyond the limits, about the musician as an athlete, about the musician trying to make the impossible. So that was, I would say that, and very often is still the case, and I don't mean to say that playing Xenakis can become easy, right? And that's not the expressive intent of the music either. But between the sort of surpassing and the sort of impossibility, there is lots of nuance in Xenakis. And I think very often performers going for the transgression are missing the nuance. And that's something I hope to be contributing a bit to understanding. So I enjoyed a lot your saying that it reminds of Messiaen, for example. And we know that Xenakis himself, at some point, he had an ear for simpler things. He had an ear for more harmonic things, and not only for masses and surfaces. Yeah. So I think he could approve, but we will never know, unfortunately. I never met him. I didn't have that chance.
I think one of the things that your work brings out, and this overview and this insight that you've brought to this, is exactly that the focus on gesture, aside from just playing the notes correctly. I mean, I've heard different recordings of Mists, but I've seen it once where the impression I got was completely different, because then you really got the sense, I mean, it was a unique experience in the sense that you heard these lines and gestures almost floating in the air. I mean, that's when I sort of, the whole idea of Xenakis working with sort of audible architecture all of a sudden made sense to me in a different way. That wasn't about the notes and the rhythms and at a micro level, it was all about the gestures on a macro level. So I just think what you bring to this is an understanding of how the performer thinks and gestures and how that connects with a listener as well. And the actual experience of this music is really important, this insight that you're bringing to us today. So thank you for that. Do we have any further questions or comments?
Great. So it was a fantastic talk. Thank you very much. One question so similar to Rolf Inge's, but now thinking of Ligeti. So the example that you presented in the etudes and in the rest of the etudes, I know that they were partially inspired by some of Conlon and Caro's work that was for a player piano. So do you think that this kind of framework could be used to put a little bit more of physicality, because of the works are so complex, so the etudes are so complex and so rhythmically complex at many levels? And as I must admit that at some point I tried playing the first etude and I just completely failed, and that was the last time that I tried to play anything like that. But I think, do you imagine this kind of work that you're doing that could be used as an educational tool for people trying to put together the works by such complex composers?
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, I've used parts of this work also in educational settings, right, and in workshops and showing this work. But specifically for Ligeti, I think actually one could model these sort of decisions, like whether the right hand or the left hand leads, or the beat falls, or we think in an additive way, or things I didn't show actually because of time, but when you have to play really fast, for example, this etude, it works if you don't think anymore of ahead or below, if you think of appoggiaturas, especially when things get really close. It doesn't make any sense because, you know, we don't work like that. So doing the appoggiatura thing brings you in the correct placement. So yeah, there are heuristics like that and educational processes. But what would be very interesting for me and more interesting to me right now would be how those things can be modeled actually computationally, and how we can create systems that start thinking a bit in the way a human performer thinks. So instead of trying to get the 8 notes correctly one after the other, to think that, maybe if the right hand leads, then I can give some offset to the signal there, or I can give some sort of different image. Like, what happens if the system starts learning at all times with no accents at all, and can give you the stream of 8 notes, and then you add the accents as a human performer, which would be a very weird way to learn it, right? But you could have it with an instrument like that. I mean, you could have no accents at all, and then throwing the accents, as Ligeti was saying, right? Here, there, but okay. It's ways to think around it.
Great. I think we're approaching the end now. Unless any further comments, questions at the end now. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's contributed to this seminar today. Christian. Christian Brynhildsen, who's been running the sound for us. Thank you so much for your help today. And also Alexander Tiedemann. You've helped a lot with the streaming and a lot of everything that's going on behind this. And Kayla Bernin and Hugh von Arnin, who've also been helping out with a lot of the motion capture work and other things going on behind the scenes. So thank you as well. Lots and lots of applause. And thank you all for coming. And last, and everyone who's presented today as well, and your comments and questions. This has been very eye-opening, mind-opening, ear-opening. So I'm very much looking forward to what's to follow future research from this wonderful instrument. And last but not least, thank you so much, Pavlos, for coming and showing us and giving your
honor,
insights
really.
and overview of your work. So thank you so much, Pavlos. Great. Thank you very much for coming.